Randy Lopez. Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve our regular board agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, it is time for our awards and special recognitions. First time this school year, what an exciting time. So with that, am I handing it over to you, Dr. Stubblefield, or Ms. Debris?
Oh, absolutely. We actually will have Dr. Sutherland, who will be coming forward first. She's one of the directors in HR. She will be presenting our Employee of the Month.
Dr. Stubblefield, Ms. Yolanda Clark, Vice President, and all of KCKPS Board, and to all who serve and support the Kansas City Public Schools, good evening. I am April Sutherland, Director of Elementary Education and Early Childhood. I am Human Resources, and I have the pleasure, the honor, to do our first Employee of the Month. Our Employee of the Month is no other than a Lindsay Allen, and she is an officer, a school resource officer at Wyandotte High School. And this is what has been said about her. She helps to maintain a positive environment at school by checking in with the students, interacting with students in the hallway, simply saying hello and giving them a smile. She always is there to help de-escalate, and she is very focused on making sure that she builds relationships and she is dedicated. Now, she is also a mom, and she is unable to be here today because she is doing her motherly duties, and she has had a prior engagement with her son. So to accept this recognition, we will have Mr. Chief Nicholson, and I ask that you all welcome me and join me in congratulating Lindsay Allen. Thank you very much.
So if I would, I'd like just to say a couple things about Lindsay. So first of all, we're very thankful to the staff at Wyandotte High School for selecting her. I couldn't have picked a better person myself. She is a great asset to Wyandotte High School. And like you said, she could not be here tonight because of a family commitment. So we're excited for her, and I'll give this to her on Wednesday in front of her staff during one of our regular training days. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite Dr. Wilson and his team up to recognize our Students of the Month.
All right. Good evening, Madam Vice President Yolanda Clark, members of the school board, and Superintendent Dr. Anna Stubblefield. I'm excited to be in front of you today to recognize our first USD 500 Students of the Month for this school year, representing September 2022. The students who have been nominated are representative of scholars across the district that are representative of the Kansas Social Emotional Character Development Standards, which include practicing good citizenship as respectful, responsible, empathetic, and ethical individuals, demonstrating making healthy decisions, practicing personal safety, understanding risk prevention, promoting a positive school culture, problem solving effectively, and valuing excellence. This year, we asked nominators to think about 6 domains in which they could nominate students: attendance recognition, outstanding academic performance, positive behavior, commitment to service and citizenship, scholarship and community recognition, and outstanding athletic achievement. Tonight, I will read the nominations for our Students of the Month. They will then come forward to receive their certificate and award. We will capture 3 photos this evening with each scholar, the first being with our students and the board and our superintendent, the second with their school leader and/or nominating educator that is in attendance with us, and the third being with their parents, guardians, and supporters that have come to support them. We are also grateful this year to partner with the KCKPS Foundation for the Excellence in Education Award. All of our students that are nominated for Students of the Month this year in USD 500 will be honored through that program, and so we are so excited about that. So I am going to go ahead and read the nomination for our first Student of the Month, which is our Early Childhood Student of the Month, Ivy Isabel Johnson. Ivy was recommended by her teacher at Silver City Elementary School, Miss Raylyn Laster. Ivy started this school year eager to learn and make new friends. She always comes in with a smile on her face and is one of the first to jump up to help if a teacher or a friend needs assistance. She participates daily in learning activities and plays with any friend in her class that has a need. She constantly brightens up the room every day. She is being nominated for her outstanding behavior in an early childhood classroom. Some small tokens and things to know about Ivy. She loves playing with her toys. Her favorite food is pizza. And she loves going to school every day so that she can paint. At this time, we would like to bring forward Ivy Isabel Johnson.
Who are these people?
Good picture.
Okay, we now would like to have the principal and educator to come up. Ivy, you're not done. Nominator and principal, and then we'll get the family. Ivy is too precious. All right, you will jump.
Not yet.
Congratulations, Ivy. Our next Student of the Month is our Elementary Student of the Month, Marta Atun Guevara. Marta was nominated today by her 5th grade teacher, Miss Amy Otto. Marta is described as a quiet, shy, second language 5th grade model student at Quindaro Elementary School. She very easily could fly under the radar as her behavior and work ethic is always quote unquote on point all of the time. She exhibits Quindaro's Paul's expectations of making positive choices, acting safe, working hard, and showing kindness without any reminders or redirections. She will help any student in the classroom. She always asks questions. She participates in all subjects. She attempts all assignments and works hard diligently every day. Throughout the building, Marta models good citizenship and choices. She is always willing to help escort someone not feeling well to the nurse or helping others in the classroom. Her quiet nature is calming to others, and her peers respect and enjoy working with her. Every day at dismissal, she makes sure that she helps her younger sister and cousin get to the car when their names are called. She exemplifies all the skills and the growth mindset that we want every student in KCK to have and achieve. Marta said she is excited about being the Student of the Month, and her message to others at her school is continuing to do good. We now would like to celebrate Marta Atun Guevara. Nominator and principal.
Get family. Brand new baby. Oh, that's sweet.
Congratulations, Marta.
Good job, sweetheart.
I'm going to now jump to our high school Student of the Month, Mr. Alan Eduardo Hernandez. Alan is a senior at F.L. Schlegel High School and was nominated by Mr. David Harrington, the college and career facilitator. Alan is an outstanding example of a student who is working steadily towards a bright future. His goal is to one day become a certified paramedic in KCK, and to that end, he has participated in numerous college classes at Schlegel. In addition to this, he is enrolled in the Emergency Medical Responder class at KCKCC, which meets Monday and Wednesday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. We would like to recognize Alan for his exemplary service to Schlegel and his community when a teacher in Schlegel had a medical emergency. Alan was in the vicinity at the time and swiftly took control of the situation to give emergency aid and assistance to the teacher until medical help arrived. While Alan has only begun the EMR program, he was able to take what he's learned, along with his natural instincts, and utilize them to make the situation bearable for not only the teacher, but also the student body that witnessed the event. Mr. Harrington and the staff at F.L. Schlegel applaud Alan and are very proud of his actions. They believe that he is an example of what we want from all of our young people here in KCKPS. He is working towards his future while being a living example of what he hopes to eventually become. And speaking with Alan, he said that he didn't even know that Student of the Month was a possibility for him. And so today has felt very special and different. He is dedicated to becoming a paramedic, and something exciting about him is his mom works at the school as well. We would like to recognize Mr. Alan Eduardo Hernandez.
job.
Okay. Principal and nominator, you are here. And we invite the family if they would like to come forward and take a peek.
She fell asleep.
Congratulations, Alan. And now we would like to conclude with our middle school student of the month, Mr. Xavier Ahmad Johnson, Jr. Xavier was nominated by none other than his principal, Mr. Travis Helm, at Rosedale Middle School. Xavier is new to Rosedale this year in the 7th grade. He immediately impressed the staff with how friendly he was to both staff and students. He always holds the door open for students and has great compliments to say when they enter the building. He is currently one of Rosedale's Students of the Month and has been nominated for his consistent, outstanding character traits and citizenship efforts at Rosedale Middle School, always willing to be able to contribute to a positive school community. We'd like to apply Mr. Xavier Ahmad Johnson, Jr. as our Middle School Student of the Month. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Helm. Family. And in closing, we would just like to thank all of those staff members and board members that serve on the Student of the Month Committee for making this outstanding opportunity for our scholars possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you to all of our families, our staff that were here tonight to celebrate, and our students that were here tonight to celebrate you. So with that, we will move into the next part of our agenda. Board, I'd entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? With that, roll call, please. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
To win, yes.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you so much. Just give a pause here just for a moment. All right. think we're getting to a good spot there. Next up is our communications, so we'll start with Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I have a few things that I would like to share and some reminders. First, I want to give a big shout out to our students and our staff who put on the art exhibit today. We held our annual district, and it's the first time that it's in person since I think 2019. The art is a part of the district's Beyond the Classroom art show. I encourage you to take a moment to review the artwork before leaving today. A big thanks to our students and art teachers for sharing their beautiful pieces with us at Central Office. The pieces will be here at Central Office for a month, and then the art is displayed throughout the community. So congratulations to those students, and thank you to our staff who put this together to recognize their amazing artwork. The West Wyandotte Library will host the Kansas City, Kansas Fall Jazz Showcase on Thursday, September 29th at 6:00 p.m. And then also on October 6th, the West Wyandotte Library will have a renowned young adult author, Jason Reynolds, speak on Zoom to high school and middle school students in Wyandotte County who signed up to read the book. We're looking forward to joining the Argentine community and participating in the upcoming annual Silver City Parade this weekend. Many of our elementary schools and our high school bands will participate in the parade, which will begin at 10:00 a.m. on Saturday, October 1st. I want to thank Jackie Rodriguez and her team for their support with providing translation services to our families during this session. The 7th Annual Library in the Park will take place at the main branch library on Saturday, October 1st from 11 to 3:00 p.m. at Huron Park. There will be a book sale, face painting, music, and family fun. The featuring author this year will be Daniel Mayeres. Everything goes for $1. And visit the library in thepark.org for more information. The district's Diploma Plus team is hosting a college fair day on Tuesday, October 4th for juniors and seniors beginning at 9 a.m. at the Kansas City, Kansas Legend Field in Kansas City, Kansas. There will be more than 80 colleges and universities present, including junior colleges, military recruiters, HBCUs, and more. We're expecting over 1,200 of our students to participate this year. Transportation is provided to all of those students. And I want to thank Dr. Fernandez, Flores, Lisa Martinez, all of our staff and community partners for their collaboration to make this event possible every year. Visit the district website for more information. And finally, we will begin hosting our family and community curriculum nights during the school year. The district wants to continue to partner with our parents and families in learning the processes about our curriculums and what they can do at home to enhance learning at home. The district's objective is to increase two-way communication through collaborative partnerships with family and community members. You can visit our website or check with your schools to know which nights those will be hosted at the various schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing I will add is myself, along with other board members, were able to celebrate with Banneker their 50 golden year. What a celebration, seeing everyone come back, old former principals, former students. There was a young lady that came in. She said, "I'm 81 years old. I used to work in the cafeteria here for several years." So just a very exciting time being able to see them celebrate. So I'll turn it over to other board members as well.
To our school board members, just in the public at large, I want to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Felton Denham Jr., who passed away on September the 8th. Mr. Denham was a former teacher at Sumner High School, where I attended, a head football coach, assistant principal at Sumner Academy, athletic director, principal at Coronado, and he worked for our school district more than 50 years. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that he has passed on, and we're just hoping that his family are going to be receiving prayer through the loss of Mr. Denham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Anyone else? Ms. Page?
Yes, I too attended the Quindaro celebration, but I went in the morning because I knew I couldn't attend in the evening. And I want to thank Mrs. Egan's for giving me a personal tour.
Banneker.
I met every teacher, janitor, food service, everyone was really great. And I love what the teachers were doing. They were excited about teaching as well as the kids were excited about learning. And the principal was awesome. So if you get a chance, definitely go by Banneker. I also had the privilege of working with Miss Little, who's a kindergarten teacher at Quindaro Elementary School. We celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month by spotlighting scientists and inventors. And if you're ever down, or if you just want to go up a little higher, go visit any kindergarten class, because they will make your day, brighten your day, turn your frown upside down. And we had a lot of fun. And I'm excited about our future and the young people who are teaching, because the young lady works extremely hard, and she gave a lot of love. They gave a lot of love back. They were willing to learn. And I want to thank her principal as well as Banneker's principal, because they're really working hard and they're trying to make a difference. Sometimes we don't applaud our teachers and our staff as much as we should, but it's good to get out and see them. And I also had the opportunity to come to the state of our district address that was presented by our superintendent and the young people. They had a question and answer period. And one thing I know we're going to work on even more is our Diploma Plus program, getting the word out that this is something good and everybody needs to know about it, and they need to grab a hold of it and get as much as they can out of it. So it was a joy this week, and I really want to thank those schools for allowing me to participate and share, and the young people there. I didn't know, I asked them to give me an example of a famous Hispanic person that they knew, and I was told that Justin Bieber was somebody. She had the famous part right, but we're working on the other part. But they were excited and they were happy. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. I love seeing the students up front on the address as well. That was super cool. So, anyone else before we move forward? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Next up are our community comments. We don't have any this afternoon or this evening, but just a reminder to our community, you can always submit those community comments or come and present those to the board. You would need to work with our board clerk, Ms. Smith, and get those in the Monday prior to by the deadline. So just a reminder to you that that is always available. All right. So moving on, we have our new business. As a reminder, these are new items that are being brought to us tonight. There is no action needed. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Swan, or is there anything you want to say prior to?
Just, board members, this is a continuation of our commitment to increase literacy for our students, and this the grab-and-go books are for all of our students, early childhood to 12th grade, that our goal is to help to build their home libraries, because we know the importance of having books in the home in order to increase literacy. So if you have any questions, Ms. Swan or Dr. Campbell will probably respond to you.
Okay. So just to be sure, go ahead. Ms. Page?
Yeah, can we ask the question now? Or
Yes, yes.
will there be any other night besides the literacy and the math night that they give out books? Because if I'm a parent and we can't make it,
Yeah.
when can we get books? Because that's what we want our young people to get involved in.
Yes, that's a great question, Ms. Page. The buildings will receive the books, and they have the autonomy to give those out during any FA time, could be during curriculum nights, any other family engagement night, because our purpose is to really build that homeschool connection. So schools need to find those natural times when that can occur. And then any extra books that we might have, we definitely want to make sure get into the hands of students, either through our early childhood laundromat experience, where we are building that library as well at the laundromat, and our Welcome Center. So we're looking at lots of different places where we can put literacy in the hands of our community just to continue to build that importance of reading and talking about reading and storytelling and all of those components that go into literacy.
And we're pushing it for the kids, but if it's a family, are we providing books for the adults as well?
At this time, the grab-and-go books are really centered around early childhood through 12th grade, but what we really want to do is through our curriculum nights, educate our parents and our caregivers on how to utilize those books in really actionable ways with students at home, just to continue to build their enthusiasm and excitement for reading and talking about what they're reading. So it's really to help engage our parents in that conversation with our kiddos regarding literacy, and that's reading, writing, speaking, listening, all of those aspects. So that's really where we're going to focus in on our curriculum nights to help them understand how to support that at home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Dr. Nguyen?
So with that, how do we measure success?
Yeah, and that is a conversation I know that Dr. Conrad and I have had in terms of lots of different aspects that we're working on in the confines of our school classrooms and also the things that we're doing outside. I think it's really cumulative because there's lots of things that we are doing with our core instruction to really make sure that we are teaching our students how to read, as well as through intervention. And this is an extension of that to make sure that this literacy piece follows them at home. So I think it's really just tracking the data that we're already collecting around whether or not our students are growing into readers. And that is, through our FastBridge data. We're looking at building in some common assessments this year. And as always, our state assessment data. But, when we grow these community partnerships, sometimes it's just looking at that comprehensive data that we're collecting because it's an extension of what we're doing with students with literacy in the classroom.
But in addition to that, we'll know exactly who we're giving the books to, and we can note that in comparison to, like, say a family chooses not to receive the books. So we'll know who's exactly taking the packets, and we can track to see if those students who have accepted the library books, the grab and goes, in comparison those who didn't for whatever reason accept them. But ideally, we would have them in 100% of our homes as well. But that would be a piece of data we can track as well to see if there's a difference in those families who take part in building their home libraries.
So help me understand what you just said. You will be able to identify the students that receive the books?
Yeah, when they come to the curriculum nights or when the schools are distributing them, they'll know who they're giving the books to or who've not received the books. And our goal is for every family to receive the books, but that may be a piece of data that we'll know that and we can track that for sure, like the difference in those who don't have the books at home and those who.
So how do you keep that data? I know you just check off a box and then.
So the data that I would, and Dr. Conrad is here, but that would be one variable that they can track to see, like, if all of these kids have the libraries at home and they don't, how do they perform on the FastBridge? How do they perform? Is there a difference, or is there any noted difference? That will be something that we can explore, keeping data around.
Okay, so, and then just close the loop for me. If there is success, what do you do? If there's not success, what do we do? Or have you not thought it that far out?
We would, depending on what the data says, if there looks like there's data that supports it, we would continue to work with partners or within our confines to help build the libraries. There are lots of different grants and things out there. But if it looks like it's not successful, we would probably need to examine the why, because we wouldn't just want to assume that, well, we don't want to give kids books anymore, because there may be lots of variables. Are the parents do they need more support in utilizing the resources and the components on how the families can engage with the students with the literacy? So there'll be lots of different moving parts, but we won't actually know until we have it out there and look at the first round of
Because
data.
you still want a literacy program.
Right.
And then how does this feed into the third grade reading component concern, third grade reading?
Yeah, so those kids who are early childhood and that will feed into it, but it also will address some of the gaps beyond third grade, once we know that you can look at that. But the more literacy and the more books that they have and the more opportunities they have to read and engage in reading and learning all of those phonics and those different structures will, should lead to improved scores for third grade reading.
Thank you.
Ms. Humphries?
I just have two questions after I say I'm really excited about this because, you know, I support libraries and kids having books at home. That's very important. If the parents cannot come to one of those events, will you send the books home with the child?
Yes, that's, you know, information that we continue to work with individual buildings just to make sure that they have a process for if I can't attend a specific parent engagement night, that they have a plan on how they're going to disperse those books to students and families who may not be able to attend.
And the second, this is per child, not per family.
Right now, we have it based on per child
Okay.
because the numbers that we have provided Scholastic has been based on the enrollment at the building level, not necessarily per family.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. My question was just around if the book offerings provide bilingual or Spanish-only options within these packs, or if they all are designated for English.
No, we have some multilingual options, and many of the focus areas for the books are around social emotional learning as well, but it would be social emotional learning as well as that multilingual piece. And we do have, or at least I have requested that our Scholastic representatives are on our Zoom tonight. So if you have any specific questions even related to our representatives, they are here and would love to share more about that. But there is diversity within the books that we are getting, as well as some targeted topics that we know are very timely and intentional for students in our district. The 912 books are a custom collection, and based on feedback from the Curriculum and Instruction Department with those representatives, we're really looking at high interest, as well as, again, relevant topics that target our demographic, and also books for boys and girls, just to really kind of, you know, again, target those interest levels and varying lexile levels so that everybody can find something that suits them.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So I have one question as well. Is there any type of feedback loop when it comes to like the classroom? Is there a space that maybe they're sharing, since a lot of them have this, they have the same book? Is there ever a time that we're talking about, let's talk about the topics that you've read?
Yeah, I think that's definitely, you know, a point of encouragement that our instructional coaches can be giving to teachers to be sure that we're making space, not just for reading, but talking about our reading and really being able to have some higher level conversation and discourse around what we're reading, particularly at the higher, older levels for students. Again, you know, we really just want to be able to get students excited about finding their reader identity, because there's a lot of research that supports very early on, as long as students can learn to read and then really find their reader identity. What is it I like? What genre do I like? What authors do I like? How do I connect to the text? That really supports them being lifelong readers down the road.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one more
Ms. Page?
question. Is there any way we can utilize, we have a television station, and is there some way we can use that to spotlight books and show kids talking about, I read this, just to use that? I mean, we show a lot of reruns, but is it possible to use it to promote the program, to promote the books, and get the kids excited about, hey, I read this was neat, and here's so-and-so, and he's talking about his book, so we can really push it more.
And that sounds like a great opportunity for the curriculum and instruction team to partner with Carol Levers and the library staff to really think about how we can offer space for students to do some book talks, and even get maybe our librarians involved in the process of doing some specific book talks in classrooms to get kids excited about some of the choices even in our libraries that they have.
Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, Ms. Swan, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, so next up, the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education. I'd ask that we accept as informational item Item, the recommendation to approve the consulting contract with Aspirational Insights as submitted by Dr. Judith Campbell, Deputy Superintendent, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
And I just want to make one correction, is to accept as information, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
So the recommendation, because we wouldn't ask you to approve it until the next meeting.
Yes,
Sorry.
informational only. You're right.
It says
Information.
that, so I just noticed that. I apologize. It's just for information tonight.
Okay.
So moved.
It's just information.
It's just information. So
information.
we,
Okay,
it's
thank
just information. Does the board have any questions or comments on this recommendation? We're looking at B here. Okay.
I have one question, and I apologize. I didn't ask it earlier. But what other places, what other school districts are utilizing this? And you don't have to tell me now, you can tell me later. I just forgot to add that to my list of questions.
No problem.
Dr. Campbell will take note and get that information to you.
Okay. And then last up, we have the recommendation, and this is again, no, we're being asked to accept this one for information only for the proposal. That's where it is. Okay. All right, so board letter C, the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education to accept the proposal totaling $223,772 from WTI as submitted by Doug Clemens. So, and Mr. Clemens is here if anyone has any questions. Paige?
Again, I didn't ask this in advance. I don't have to have it now, but what about Central Middle School? In terms of a roof for now, if there've been some complaints of leaks.
I see him coming to the front, Ms. Page,
Okay.
so,
Yeah, I'm sorry, the best I can do. Good evening, Board
Okay.
and Dr. Stubblefield. We'll have to look into that. I'm
Okay.
not aware. In fact, I just had our roofing technician out at Central Middle School to look at a report of a potential leak. He did not see an active leak right
Okay.
now. There is some old stuff in the gym area. I don't know if that's the area you're talking about, but
Well-
we put a roof on a section of that a few years ago, but we'll have to look and see where
Okay.
that falls in the rest of the rotation.
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Before you run off, my question is, these are items, this is supplies and not the actual bid for work?
This is not the actual bid, correct,
okay.
yeah.
So this is supplies, so
This
we'll.
is a portion of the supplies. There is, on some materials, there is an extremely long lead time still, 8 to 10 months on this tapered insulation. So in order to get these materials specifically in time for next summer, we want to go ahead and get an order put in, so we'll get that in and have those materials. Then we'll be taking everything else back out for bid in the next few months, and that will come back to you for approval at that time.
So this is not a company that would also be bidding on the actual work. This is just a supply company.
This is the supply. This is WTI is Weatherproofing Technologies, Inc., and it's the supply portion of Trimco roofs, which is the kind of roofs that we use. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make
And
sure
it's
that
through
was
a
clear.
contract, yes. Uh-huh.
Thank you.
All right, good, thanks.
Okay, I think that's all. I am being told we do need a motion for this one. Okay, I didn't think so. Ms. Smith, I just want to make sure we're good. Okay. This is information only. Board, these three are information only, so these will come back before us so that we can make a final decision. All right. Okay. So next, we have our board reports. And that is, Mr. Lilly is presenting those to us tonight.
So, board members, Mr. Lilly, along with Mr. Clemens and Mr. Isnart will present an update on the capital improvement plan that you approved earlier in the spring. And then they'll also share some additional information, so I'll turn it over to them.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Stubblefield. Tonight, we're going to be going over the capital improvement plan. If you guys remember, in April, we originally presented the capital outlay plan, and then in May, board approve this capital outlay plan. So tonight, what we're going to be doing is going over the updates, highlights, and any potential changes that we might have or might want to look into regarding this. Brad Isnard will be presenting the capital outlay fund overview piece, and then Doug Clements will be presenting the four-year project plan. After that, I'll be going over the potential major encumbrances and considerations for the future. So at this time, I'd ask Brad to come on.
Good evening, Board. Good to be with you again. My part will not be a lot, you won't see a lot of change. It's going to be very close to what you had seen when we were with you in April. But at that time, we only had year-to-date numbers up to that point in the year. So I want to update you with where we ended the year for your fund balances. So we'll start off with just a few reminders, kind of the introduction to the plan. So these are those routine maintenance type items that Doug and his team do primarily each summer. So although you'll see lots of things in the 22-23 school year, we'll keep in mind he's got items out there right now to start getting the supplies for those, but they may not actually begin until students are out of the buildings in the summer. This plan is covering currently 4 years, and it is a living document, as we made sure was really clear in the first presentation. There's always going to be changes throughout the year to this as new priorities come up. If there are emergency needs, that can change, and we may have to put off one item that you see here to take care of that emergency need right away. And then all projects over $20,000 per board policy are brought to you for approval before we can actually sign that contract and begin the project. So just because you may see something on here now does not mean it won't be coming back to you with more detail for approval later on. So here we see, based on our 8 mills of capital outlay mill levy for 2022, our tax rate revenue came in at 7.453 million down there at the bottom, and that's just updated for end of year from what you'd seen before. The state aid at the end of the year totaled 5.08 million. And our expenses came in at 9.08 million. So that was lower than an average year for us, but that was due to many of our projects being able to be paid for in this last year with the ESSER 2 funds. So there was less of a need to take it out of capital outlay. We were able to set back a little bit more for these future years, where you'll see that our expected expenditures are going to be higher than our revenue from year to year. Here we see our total ending balances, encumbrances, and then the ending unencumbered cash balance. So a healthy increase there at the end of the year, again, due to those few projects being able to be put over into ESSER. Right, and now we will turn it over to Doug. He's going to go through some of the specific projects with you and some of the things that we've added or maybe moved in that plan. This is just a couple of reminders. Again, it talks about the board policy for the $20,000 limit, where those projects will be brought back to you. So we would remind you and make more clear anything that pertains to that larger project before it's approved. And Doug, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Brad. These projects that you see on this particular plan are not terribly different than what you've seen before. I'll scroll down actually to some of the capital equipment. I know there was discussion the previous time we were here about some of the vehicles, transportation vans, so those have been added on here. But really, other than that, I don't know that we've had a lot of changes. I know we've had some discussion about some other potential projects that we'll need to discuss and see how we can work those into the plan, and Mr. Lee has some additional comments to make about what that process might look like. So are there any particular questions on what we see here like I said, the changes were, and I'm kind of scrolling back and forth, I apologize. We're down here under the buses, the student transportation vans, there was just some discussion about that. But other than that, really everything here is probably what you saw back in, when was it May? In May we did the last update, yeah.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like you're opening the floor for questions based upon,
Well, I don't know, Mr. Lilly had some other comments to make, if you wanted to go
Okay.
through that, or if you wanted to ask some questions about this in particular.
board
So
members?
I just want clarity on, so I see the vans there, but what else would have changed? I don't really know what I'm,
That,
looking
between
at.
that, and honestly, I'd have to ask Brad, I don't remember if we changed the bus rotation there?
No, the largest change to this, the project plan itself was really just putting in refresh of the student transportation vans. What we want to kind of point out, and Mr. Lilly is getting ready to kind of get into that, is that when you look at the grand totals versus what our revenue is for the capital outlay fund per year, just those reoccurring projects that have to happen year to year to keep us from going into a deferred maintenance status are outpacing what that revenue is. So we are wanting to start thinking ahead about, and I mentioned in our last presentation, forming more of a facilities master plan versus just this capital improvement plan, which would look at some of those larger projects further out. So I think Steve's got some more points he wants to make on that.
that's great. I guess my only comment on the student vans is, thank you for adding that, that's important. But it says 35,000, which I think is a little on the low side considering both of the bids we got for the new vans that we purchased exceeded 45,000. So I'm not sure where the 35 number came from, but I remember like one bid was 46 or 48 and the one we ended up with was 50,000. I'm not sure. I just know that it was more than 35,000. So I just want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we're under budgeting for something that I personally believe is very important when we talk about student success. So
I will definitely check with Wayne and get an updated quote from him on what he's expecting. I know prices were quite a bit higher than what they used to be for those just because of availability in past years, and that's sort of easing up now with just some of the economic changes that we're seeing here recently. But we know, again, that this plan is going to change as it evolves and we get into the future. Prices may go up, they may start to ease a little bit, so we'll adjust accordingly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you. 1.5 questions. The half question is, what's the status of the grant about the electric buses? And the other full question is there anything in here for the infrastructure of the electric? Did I miss it?
Right now, no, we don't have that in here, and we're still waiting to hear if we're getting approval on that grant. I've heard that things look good. There is some work being done right now, and we're working on RFP to send that infrastructure stuff out. So there will be some updates to that, but like Brad said earlier, it's a working document, so those are things that we will be adding to it as time goes on.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Page?
Yeah, I have a question about playgrounds, and I had asked you about that. How's the rotation? How is that set? Because at Banneker, the playground was horrendous in terms of being able to walk on it. And then I think Douglas has an issue too. And there may be a few more. So what's the rotation? How's it set up for them to do something about those schools?
And you're talking specifically about the asphalt playgrounds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Is it that the asphalt is rough, or are we looking at doing something?
Well, it was rough because when I asked the nurse, I mean, I'm old and I'm walking on it. I'm not 5 or 6 running. So if they're falling, and she said part of the problem was the terrain was rough. So
All right.
they were wondering, are they going to do anything, or do we go back every 4 or 5 years?
Yes,
Do we
that
change it?
actually
Do we
is
fix it?
on there is a rotation here for, if I can find it real quick, for the paving and the concrete. So we know these areas, like you brought Banneker to us as an example, then we'll make sure we get our concrete and asphalt person out there and get that included in a bid to do something with that asphalt pavement, and make sure that it's smooth and not creating tripping hazards. Yeah, we don't want to have kids
But they
tripping.
just thought the asphalt, they were wondering, is it possible to get a new surface? Because they thought that was pretty rough. So you're just saying if they smooth it over, that'll knock out all of those problems they're having?
Yeah, that would be the goal.
Okay.
For an asphalt surface?
Well, they were just saying they thought the kids needed a different surface.
A different surface.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm listening to you. Sounds like you're saying if they smooth it out or do whatever.
Then we'll take
that
care of the
should make it
tripping
better.
hazards. Yeah, there's not been any kind of rotation or really even discussion before now about changing the surface of those asphalt playgrounds. And you're right, we have a lot of asphalt playgrounds. There's Banneker, Carruthers, Douglas, Grant, Whittier. We can just go right down the list where it's primarily asphalt areas. Even, I'm sorry to say, even some of our newer schools, Mark Twain and McKinley, have very limited space, and those are asphalt areas as well. So you're looking at a fairly large expense, and I think that probably plays into, again, what Mr. Lilly is going to bring forth as far as how we plan for those future things. If that's a desire of the board to go in and maybe take out some asphalt and put an alternative surface in, we would have to look at that and get it on this plan.
Okay, well, they had asked.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't know until I was actually walking on it. And I just thought, wow, I wonder why they chose. Now, it may be the cheaper thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what we can do to make it safe for the kids so they won't hurt themselves, and that should be a major concern, in
Well-
addition to costs. I get that.
Yeah.
But we just want to make sure everybody's safe.
Right. Okay, we'll sure take a look at that.
Okay.
And I guess kind of adding on to that, I don't want to get too far ahead on my presentation here, but, you know, one of the things that I do want to talk a little bit tonight is establishing a continual facilities master plan committee because of situations like that and issues like that we need to look at how to best address. Where I'd like to go now is just talk about some major encumbrances that are potential considerations right now. We've kind of hit on this already, but due to the high cost of completing major projects, districts often build up that balance over time in the capital outlay fund. We have done some of that. There's currently $20 million designated for future large projects. And right now, potential considerations for that are Sumner Field upgrade, high school weight rooms, land acquisition, fine arts upgrades. And we did a study regarding the Sumner Field upgrade to look at how to best utilize that facility. At that time, and this was just recently done, and I want to, any numbers that we're talking or anything, I want to make sure that we all understand. These are rough numbers right now. You know, we've never we haven't put anything out to bid or anything like that, so they're just true estimates. And, you know, I do want to make sure that I point that out because especially in this time of increasing cost in construction, that kind of thing, that, you know, I don't want to be 3 months from now looking at something and saying, well, I thought we said that was around 2.5 million and it came in at 2.9 million, or whatever. So just want to kind of start off with that. With the existing facility at Sumner, somewhat limited in what we can do, what we can build there. Hollis and Miller is pretty confident that we could do something in that $2.5 million range that would allow us to lay down turf, depending on how much we were interested in or how far we were interested in going on the track. Right now, there's a 4-lane track out there. You could resurface that track for around $450,000, or you could increase that 4-lane track to a 6-lane track, rebuild it, and that would be approximately $900,000. Possibility of looking at field lighting, which would be in that $350,000 range, and then doing some things to help with some ADA compliance. A package like that would be around $2.5 million. If you wanted to go into a larger scope of work, it's doubtful that we could stay at that same site. And obviously that would impact costs a lot, and that's probably in that, and again, extremely rough number, $15 million range. One of the things that I know is a question or concern is how this NFL grant plays into this, and I want to address that right now. That NFL grant was a $250,000 matching grant. Right now, that grant is listed at a different facility. If we would try to move that grant to get approval to use it in another place, we would have to go through a process to do that. We think that we could probably get approval to do that, to move that to Sumner Field, but I want to be as transparent as possible and let you know that we haven't tried to work on that yet. We would need direction from the board before we would try to move that direction. So there's no guarantee that we could access that $250,000 NFL grant, but that would be our intention and what we'd be trying to do. Again, that $15 million, that would require an alternative location, obviously because of the scope of work, the time frame involved. The NFL grant would probably not come into play in a project like that. Next is high school weight rooms. Currently, we're obtaining pricing to get estimates for updating facilities and equipment at our high schools. If this is the direction that we go, one of the next steps that we'd be doing, talking to stakeholders involved in those that would be using those facilities, PE teachers, coaches, athletic directors, to discuss equipment needs and what needed to be involved in those weight rooms, or what all needed to be in those weight rooms to make them adequate facilities for our students. Next thing was land acquisition, and that's that was established before I got here. Land acquisition could be for any type of further projects that the board may consider of interest. The last thing was fine arts, and the fine arts was things like riggings and stage curtains, looking at mics and sound systems for, I know some of our facilities are, a little dated maybe in the sound systems, and definitely need to look at moving forward with. So that is what we have right now for potential considerations for major encumbrances.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Now, we were told, and you weren't here,
Right.
that Sumner, it was $10 million set aside to do something with the field at Sumner. And we were told that the terrain, it wasn't suitable. But you're saying it is a possibility to do some things, and you say 20 million, but 10 of that was supposed to go to Sumner. So, I'm seeing that up there with the other things, and you sound like it wouldn't take 10 million, that it would take 2.5?
If you
And I
would
know
do
the
something on a
numbers have
smaller
changed,
scale,
yeah.
right, absolutely.
Okay.
But it would be, I mean, it's important to realize that that's maintaining the seating the way that it is. It's not It's not the seating is possibly some other place, but at that facility, those are the limitations that we are working with.
And I think, Ms. Page, my understanding, and I could be wrong, Doug or somebody can chime in, with the 10 million, it was with the thought that it would be a Sumner Stadium, possibly at a different location, is what
Well, I know they had told us that the 10 million, the terrain was too bad, the drainage system and so forth. That's what now, help me if I'm wrong. That's what we were told a while back, that it wouldn't work there. That's why I
Build
was
up,
surprised to hear him say
Yeah.
that on a limited scale, that you could do something with that field.
You could, it wouldn't work to build a stadium, like the Slater Stadium.
yeah.
But it would, for 2.5, you could put in the turf, redo add some lights and the things that he said. Yeah.
And
That
then-
would be an option.
Okay, and then my other part in regard to the Eisenhower, have we worked it out with the city? They own the land, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we have not re-engaged regarding the MOU that's been longstanding. We have not explored looking at a stadium. We haven't done anything because in order for us to do that, the board and the commissioners, you all would have to have some meetings to engage in on if you're changing that MOU. We haven't engaged in any conversations other than the last update we gave, and I don't even remember when that was.
Okay, 'cause
Mr. Lilly, sorry.
No, I just heard him mention that NFL grant.
It's still tied to that. So if the board, so at the next board meeting, we would come back specifically asking for approval to move forward with those things, probably minus the land acquisition because the board hasn't made any determination, but to move forward with the Sumner field upgrades, the high school weight rooms, and the fine arts upgrades, so that we can start to do the next step to get the pricing and things to bring back to the board. And once we would do that, we would then work with the NFL grant to say, hey, can we shift this to go to this location? And either they would tell us yes or no. But we have not, we've had some informal conversations with them about the possibility of the money being shifted to another location, and they've been receptive to that, but we haven't done anything formally because we did not want to make an assumption that that's what the board would want us to do.
Mr. Lilly, my question to you is, based on the contract with the NFL, I guess I have to be very clear about what my questions are because they continue to go unanswered. And so if you don't have the answers tonight, I understand. What is the contract deadline for whatever agreement we have with the NFL? When it was brought to us, it was rushed, but it was also said, we only have 18 months. We've now spent 5 months with zero information, zero changes. I understand, but I also don't want us to get 12 months from now and we're still being rushed to make a decision because now we have 6 months left. I would like to see the agreement. I also would like a clear direction for where we're headed with the NFL grant. That is my ask to you. That is my plea to you. I believe the community deserves that. I believe many other constituents who have brought this up deserve that, to know what we're doing. My other piece, when we talk about this, Sumner, I looked at it, I reviewed it. What about the operational components of this? We talk about parking. I see the parking renovations, but parking is an issue at Sumner, and we know that just on the day-to-day. And so how do we address parking there? Where do concessions go? Where does gate sales go? Where do all of those operational, this is a Friday night, I'm excited that my school finally has a stadium. Where did those momentums go in this plan? And then I guess my other ask to the board is to strongly consider tonight to make action on the Sumner. We have to start somewhere, and I think this is a place that we can start, and then we can look at that finding the dollars for the other 7 million. As promised, the 10 mil, you are not going crazy. That is something that has been said many times. How do we move forward? Because I think that's something our community deserves, is for us to make a decision and move forward, because it feels like we take these long stretches of time between information, making decisions. And I understand that we have to get all the information, but I also feel like we continue to leave everyone hanging and it becomes a conversation or rumors or this or that. So I will get off of my tangent right now, but that is what I am asking and pleading to you on behalf of our student athletes, our community, and most importantly, our students. So.
Well, I guess the one thing that I would say there is I would go back to, you know, what I showed and what I went over there at that 2.5 million. That's not concession stands. That's not new restroom facilities. That's not when we get into that, that's when we need to, if that's the direction the board chooses to take, then it becomes a different type of project. And it is going to require us, because like you said, the parking and everything else, that's going to put us in a position where we're going to have to start looking at off-site locations to do a facility like that.
I'm just saying, after all this time, I don't want to just, excuse my lack of words, half-ass something when I think we need to make sure it's done correctly.
And I think that, I just want to share, and that were the two options that were presented. The architect firm that looked at it says that this is what you can do on-site for about 2.5, and then the other one, was it 15? The 15 would be off-site because Sumner, because of the amount of land and the being landlocked, you would have to explore, we would have to explore another location. So whichever direction, and I don't disagree with you, whatever, either if it's do nothing, do something at Sumner, or move forward and go find another location to build a full stadium, I think that's where we need direction on, because then that's where the land acquisition piece may play into it. So I think that's where we need clarity.
Dr. Nguyen, I think you had your hand up.
Just to follow up, again, my memory is that 10 million set aside for Sumner at that location. So that would then answer some of your additional concerns. If it's 15 million for these costs now, then there's only 5 in need. But that slide then is kind of incorrect, because if you set aside 10 for Sumner, there was 10 million left. The way that reads is that of those 4 projects out of the 20 total. But that's my understanding. So again, we can do this tonight, or if there's people who question whether that was the decision, then, go back 2, 3, 4 years and try to dig up the answer.
Yeah.
But,
Well, we can't find the answer for simple things. So I guess my thing is.
well, we're working on our memory. Now, if you want to accept it, that's one thing. If those who don't want to accept it, then we have to verify it.
Yeah. So I just want to, so 10 million of that 20 million was designated for a Sumner field. Now, depending on who you talk to and which board meeting you look at, it was either on-site or somewhere else. And I don't think I think moving forward tonight, we know, like, whether it's 10 million, 15, whatever the board wants to allocate. We just said all of the money that was encumbered for different projects is a total of 20 million. And here are the 4 things that we are saying we would like some direction on. Now, how much of that 20 million, if it's 10, if it's all of it, if it's whatever, that's where we need direction. You all are correct. In the last thing, it said 10 million for Sumner.
Yeah.
That's the change here. Like, we're acknowledging we lumped it all together and Sumner is on there. So I think the clarity around that will help us move forward with whatever we're going to do.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Stubblefield.
we haven't done anything with that 10 million, you know. It's, the reason that we listed it like that is because if it's, if you went with that one project, you obviously wouldn't utilize all of that 10 million for that project. If you go with that larger scope, different location, you're going to be utilizing more than that 10 million to accomplish that type of project.
So, Mr. Lilly, I'm not sure if you've completed your presentation, or did you need to go? Did you have more to
I have
add
a little
on?
more.
You want to continue, and then if we have other questions, we'll come back?
Sure.
Sound good? Okay.
The next piece of this is there was a Phase 2 bond project, or bond presentation, I wouldn't call it project, but when the board obtained the first bond, there were some potential projects for a Phase 2 bond as well. These were the projects that were recommended in 2016. That doesn't mean that those are necessarily the same projects and priorities that the board would have now. It doesn't mean that, well, one thing that it certainly does mean is those are 2016 dollars. And, you know, it's not 2022, 2023, or 24, 25, whenever dollars. So, you know, the costs and the estimates on there are, it's a safe bet to assume that they've gone up considerably since then. But those are the projects that were kind of tagged for consideration for Phase 2 of a bond at that time. And then the last thing that we would like to do is the administration is seeking board approval to establish a standing facilities committee, and I think that's really important for district. You know, not just be operating with a facilities committee during a, you know, potential bond or consideration, a standing facilities committee that can address the needs that, you know, we were talking about earlier with the elementary playgrounds, and, you know, all of those kind of things can continuously be part of that standing facilities committee. So we are requesting that we would establish a standing facilities committee and develop a district-wide facilities master plan through that committee. One of the things that I think is important that we're all aware of is if we would do that, the first part of that would be to start with us issuing an RFQ for outside entities to help facilitate with that study. So the next piece of that, we would be coming to seek permission to issue an RFQ to help with that facility study as well.
And I just want to be clear, this committee would include board members. Like, this will be a board standing facilities committee, similar to the finance and those kind of things, so that on a regular basis, it will inform the capital outlay plan each year and any other projects, ongoing projects, the board would be involved in.
All right. Any?
So I have a question then. Did I understand you to say that before the creation of Standing Facilities Committee, or once you create it, then the first act would be asked for, what, a feasibility study? Is that the RFQ would be?
We would seek an entity to help us build that study.
Okay, is that, so did I understand, do you have the standing committee first?
You could certainly create a standing committee, and that would be.
Well, what was your intent?
My intent would be to, let's get moving on a standing committee as soon as possible. We would also be working at the same time, I mean, almost simultaneously, to issue that RFQ as well.
Okay. then my ear is hearing that that RFQ is out there, and you don't have a standing committee yet.
No, there's no RFQ.
In your
at all.
brain, one of these think about, it's out there.
I mean,
You've considered it.
absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's something to consider if we're starting that
So that would
committee.
be the first thing you bring before the Standing Facilities Committee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I do have a question. So with this standing committee, would our sports, I understand like what's been presented to us before, but would our sporting facilities and those different things also be considered through those committees as well?
I would envision, and, you know, again, that would be kind of board directive as
Okay.
well, but I would envision
But
that
it's a
that would be an
possibility.
all-encompassing committee that would be looking at all of our facilities.
Okay, all right. Thank you, because one of my questions, and I understand specifically, we've talked about Sumner tonight, but I also would like to take a step back and say, is it Sumner, like, what's the big picture? And so I want to make sure that we're not getting tunnel vision on how we're handling our facilities, and that we can really take care of all the needs of our district versus this school has this school has that, but we don't have anyone that has this. And so that's just one of my thoughts of, as we continue down this path of focusing on just these specific schools in specific areas. So,
And my other question, where would the money come from for a feasibility study?
You could use part of the money that's set aside there. You could, I mean, there would be different ways that we could consider. But, you know, depending on how we manage these projects, we could certainly look at using some of those funds as a
You're talking about
possibility.
the encumbered funds?
What's that?
You're talking about the 20 million pot or the capital outlay?
We're talking about either. You could use capital outlay or those encumbered funds. Well, they're not, there's 20 million sitting there. They could be utilized however the district would need to utilize them.
And just an off-the-cuff question, is interest growing on this 20 million?
Yes, happy to report that we are finally getting
Happy to report.
some good interest income again rolling, and it's been several years where interest rates were near zero and we were getting almost nothing. So that is going to be a boost starting this year as some of those start to mature, where we'll have additional interest income that will go into capital outlay, yes.
And are there any restrictions on using the interest dollars?
No, it just can be commingled in with capital outlay revenues from the state and local tax sources.
And what is the rate
Right
of
now,
interest growth?
they're in and around 2.5 to 2.8. I mean, it fluctuates daily.
Thank you. Good news.
Ms. Humphries?
Doug may have a better recollection than I do, but it seems like before we went for that bond issue, we had a district-wide facility study done. Is that something that we need to do again? Not just on the ones that are on the second phase bond, but the whole district?
I don't want to put words in Mr. Lilly's mouth, but I would think that that would be somehow encompassed in the master plan that this new group, yeah, there was an architectural firm, they did a facilities assessment where they were specifically looking at condition of various components, all the facilities, but they didn't really get into, now what do you do with that, information.
But they gathered the information, they brought it to the bond committee saying this is what the condition of this building is, this one is, and
Correct, yeah, they put together a big report, and I'm sorry, I don't recall, I thought they presented that here to the board, but
it went to the board a long time ago.
yeah.
They presented to the board as a deferred maintenance plan,
That's it, yeah. Right.
not a deferred maintenance plan, a deferred maintenance, items that needed maintenance.
So do we still have that data? I know things have changed, but they gave a general
We do still have that data. We have those reports, and really it all needs to be updated. And we have made significant changes and improvements since that time, of course, through the bond, through the ESSER funds, through our annual projects that we do. So I would think that we would need to update and get a new baseline of where
But
we
I'm just
are
saying,
to
at
build
least
from.
you have that, and then
Exactly.
we can make some comparisons. We know costs are gonna go up.
Right.
Things are different. I get all that.
Yeah.
But we're not totally in the dark.
In my opinion, you wouldn't be making comparisons. You would, if I understood what you said, those jobs, those items that have been repaired, replaced, blah, 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 they don't exist anymore.
Right. They don't show up on the report anymore.
So,
Right.
I mean, there's no need to repair them because they're brand new,
Okay.
I would hope.
I think.
Yeah.
I hope also.
Any other
Not so good news.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Lilly, so in the event, because it does say on this document we received, that in order for the construction of a new turf to occur in summer of 2023, we would need to start design document in the fall of 2022 to procure materials and permits, blah, blah, blah. Are you saying that it's a or and not a and two? So if we were to update the current field to get it to where it could be games, lighting, that we would not be able to still use the remainder of the funds to then look for another opportunity? Or are you saying that would be at the direction of the board?
I'm saying that'd be at the direction of the board.
Okay. I would entertain any conversation with this board to move forward with a turf field at the current Sumner location while also considering and beginning to look at other options for the full construction of a off-site district stadium for Sumner. My rationale is this. I will just say this and then I will leave it alone. Sumner is our only high school that does not have its own field. If you were in high school and you played sports and you wanted a place where you could come onto the field and it have your logo in the middle, what difference would that make to you? I will also say, going back to my comment earlier, we have to start somewhere, and I think 2.5, 2.9, whatever it may be, is a place that we can start and show our students that we are invested in finding something, but right now we may have to deal with what we have because we currently have no options for land, we currently have no options for any other place, and I would just hate for us to go 2, 3 more years without giving our kids this opportunity. So.
Ms. Humphries?
Did I understand correctly that the size of the space we have now at Sumner, if we put a turf field in, we could do a 4 or 6 lane track with space available, but it would not be competition quality?
It would be competition quality. It would not be it would be limited by your seating capacity.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know, if you went with that project, you would be able to host some events there. But, you know, big football game, that type of stuff, it probably would not have the seating capacity to adequately host that.
So it would be adequate for like middle school events, but Friday night football, it would be too small even with those upgrades.
It would be difficult to do that on a consistent basis, I would say.
It would totally depend on the crowd that is coming out. There are some other high schools, 4A, 5A, that I personally have been at that have a similar land situation to Sumner, and you run into major issues with parking, and they sell out all the time. Like, they pre-sell the tickets. So could you host a game if you have lighting? Yes, but it would completely, depending on, so if it's a Sumner's Lego game and Sumner is the home game, I'm just giving an example, you might sell out. Or you might have to explore alternative seatings, like allowing people to bring in chairs to sit in certain places, you know, lawn chairs. But you could host a varsity game there. You're just going to be limited on capacity.
Do they have that many people coming to the games? I don't mean any harm. Last time I went, it wasn't a huge crowd. Now, this is 2023. For those who've gone this year, are they packed?
Last Friday night's game, there were 400, and it was a competition between Schlegel and Sumner.
Okay.
Wyandotte, sorry. Wyandotte and Sumner played last Friday at Schlegel Stadium.
Okay.
And the count was 400.
Okay.
It was, I think their teams are doing a really great job. Their SAC teams are doing a great job of getting people out to the games. But to your point, they're seeing more people than they typically have seen. And so my question then is, how many seats are actually at Sumner's Stadium?
I don't know that.
So
If we don't
to
know,
answer
it,
your
we can
question
get
too,
it.
Ms. Page,
it's
yes,
1,000,
I've been to
but
a
I'm
couple of
not-
games and they are.
And they're all packed. They're sold out.
Not always. I went to a Friday game as well. So I think back to the strategy of like who and when and what days would have to be really important. So I went to a Friday game as well.
And it was packed.
It was packed. The kids were excited. They were there. Families were there. People were outside on the fence. So yes,
People are outside of the fence because they don't want to pay.
that's another reason too. But I'm sorry, I interrupted someone.
No, I was just saying that I believe seating at Sumner is 1,000, but I am not positive.
And what is the seating at Schlegel Stadium?
Mr. Lilly's correct. This Sumner is about 1,060. The Schlegel Stadium is about 1,500. I don't remember the exact number.
So we're talking about 400 seat difference, which we also kind of control the schedule of who plays where, right?
Is there a tipping point when you're making improvements that you have to make it ADA accessible?
I'll let Doug answer that one, but yeah, yes, there is.
Yes, when we have to pull those permits, we'll have to go through that process and see what components we're impacting. So there is going to be some concern on ADA requirements. I can't really tell you what those are going to be because the site is nowhere near ADA compatible.
I thought there was $1 or a percentage amount that tips you or you can't be grandfathered in anymore.
Honestly, I can't say that there's a dollar amount. There may be. This is a little bit of an unusual project, but yeah, just getting people, once we start working on, if we were going to change the seating, for example, or change the access, then at that point, I think we're going to have to look at some of those ADA things.
All right, so board, as a reminder, this did come to us as information only. I know there were a couple recommendations that were made tonight as well. I think our next steps sounds like this will come back before us. If you have questions, please make sure you're sending those questions. We do have some decisions to make. And even with Sumner specifically, I think the strategic goal has changed throughout the years. This has been something we've talked about, but the strategy of the goal has changed throughout the years too, even in the time that I've been on the board, that we've talked about it in a different way. So there was a recommendation that was made tonight as well. So Dr.
Can you just clarify when it comes back, what are we?
So I was going to do that.
Getting ready to
So
do that now. Yep.
when it comes back, what we will be asking for the board to approve for us to move forward with is direction on Sumner, whether it's the small or the big, the fine arts upgrades, and let me pull it back up. Weight rooms. The, I'm sorry, what was it?
Land acquisition.
The weight rooms and land acquisition is dependent upon what we do with Sumner. Otherwise, it'll be on hold until the board gives direction somewhere else. The other ask will be for the board to move forward with establishing a standing facilities and planning committee. Also, permission to move forward with a district-wide facilities master plan. Those two are in conjunction, and how that looks like we can put out the RFQ while we're establishing the committee so that when the committee is established, that is one of the first things that they would make a decision on, is who we would be using to do the larger feasibility study. So that hopefully makes sense.
I guess my last question for you, Doug, would be, in a previous presentation, land acquisition was tied to Central Middle School, and a potential land swap was what the quotation said. Is there additional information that could be shared on that? How is this land acquisition different? Because before that 20 million said land acquisition for Central. Now we're saying land acquisition for Sumner. So I'm just trying to navigate.
And I just want to be clear, I said Sumner or other actions, because if the board, so it was done in conjunction, there were some assumptions made previously about moving forward with the second phase of the bond, which included Central on that. And so I think when it was shared, it was like, if we're going to move forward with these things on here, we need to move forward with acquiring land for Central. Right now, we don't know if this is what the board hasn't clearly said we're going to move forward with exploring an additional bond to build a new Central. Because that is, complete transparency, there's not enough money in capital outlay and building up capital outlay to replace Central. So if the board is like, those are all of some larger decisions, and that's why I'm saying, if you say do Sumner in a different way, it's land, but otherwise it's dependent on what the board decides to move forward with. And if it's just, if the board is saying at some, Central is a priority, move forward with that, then we would need direction on that. But we didn't bring it back like that because that was then another assumption. And I recognize there's been lots of transitions and lots of conversations. Like I couldn't clearly say, yeah, there's a plan to build a new Central. So that's a great question. I just wanted to provide some clarity around that.
I think I just want to be clear, because I also thought that people got in, there was a conversation about how it was noted in the finances, and it was like 10 million Sumner, 5 million Central. So I just want to be clear, because I know there are folks who are watching and paying attention, that if it said 5 million for Central, that is also how we move forward, whatever direction. So
I concur with Dr. Stubblefield's response on that.
And then will they also bring back where we're going to take this money, either out of capital outlay or the existing 20 million to pay for,
The feasibility study?
yeah. So how is that going to, could that be a part of the presentation? How do we pay for this?
So
Go ahead.
a few words about the encumbrances as a whole first. So we were intentional when we made this PowerPoint to kind of change the way that we worded this, because in capital outlay, encumbrances are a little different than they may be in other funds, where once you've encumbered something and it's carried money over into a future year, you can't really change the intent of that money. With capital outlay, because those funds can carry over from year to year, you don't have those restrictions. So although, and I remember starting 6.5 years ago with the district, and that 10 million encumbrance that had said Sumner Field was there at that time. So it predated me. I think that as the conversations and administrations have changed over time, board members with new ideas and priorities have joined. We shouldn't really tie ourselves, at least in this plan right now, to what someone thought might be a priority back then. So we wanted to kind of just lump it together and say that there is 20 million sort of set aside for large projects at this time. and then start the conversation again with that facilities committee as to what priorities you may have for going forward.
Oh, I hear what you're saying, but you see the confusion.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, and that's part of the problem, because it was said it was this, and now it's that. And back to what we're talking about, that's the problem. You all decided, we didn't decide.
So, Ms. Page, I just want to be clear, we didn't decide, like, all of the things that were on there are still on there. How much and what to do with, I completely understand, but just to be fair to those of us who are new and, we've heard, and when you look at old board meetings, it's 5 different variations. So my direction to them was, here are all the things that are listed, and here is the money. And then with clarity with the current board, we can get some clear direction. Now, if we want 10 million to Sumner, 5 million to Central, and it was 5 million for a building, that's the only one that I would be like, I don't think we need to get another building. We can invest in our PE and our fine arts and weight rooms. That was the only one that I specifically said, we have lots of property. Right now, the board hasn't said we need to acquire more property to do X. The other components, that's why we're bringing it back, because we want this current board to give clarity on it. Because when you look at the different variations from the board, while the numbers stay the same, the direction or whatever, depending on which one you looked at, wasn't clear. And then there were some assumptions that were made, and individuals either thought they had permission to move forward with stuff or they chose to move forward with stuff. So I was just trying to bring it back so we have clarity and we're all on the same page, because that's how we have the Eisenhower NFL grant sitting out there. That's we haven't really moved on. Sumner, the whole land swap for Central. And I acknowledge, and recognize from each perspective that I think everything that everybody's saying is true and what they experience, but we're just asking for clarity. And so we'll come back with those specific asks, and then we'll all be on the same page moving forward.
And I mean, no disrespect, and I'm not trying to debate or argue, but sometimes it seems like other people are making decisions for us. And I know that's what they're paid to do, to help, to make recommendations. But it doesn't always feel like we're making the recommendation. People are getting, and then when we try to say, this is what we thought, it goes left and right too many different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we're asking you to make clear recommendations, because if you look back, there may have been others making it, but right now, we're saying, here are the things on there, and here's our ask, is clarity around those things. The new part is the standing facilities committee and facilities master plan. The other things were already on there. We just want clarity on what to do with those things. That 20 million and those things that were all listed.
All right, so
I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Brad. I think that clears it up for me as a newbie. I'm still pulling that card. So thank you for that clarification about encumbrance, because I think to Dr. Stubblefield's point, that is exactly in what is happening. And community members are like, well, y'all said this 5 years ago and now this. And I think your explanation today helped clear that up, hopefully for a lot of folks.
we do have a hand. Dr. Nguyen?
Just question, what was the estimate for the high school weight rooms, and what was the estimate for the fine arts upgrades, if there's only 10 million left?
We're still getting those estimates. We've gone through the weight rooms, and we have asked to get estimates on those. We're still waiting for those to get back to us. So hopefully I'll have more information on that by next week.
Okay, so that then circles back to my point. If you want clear direction, we need clear numbers.
Right. We'll have the clear numbers when we come back with that, but I will share preliminary when they looked at our weight facilities and some of those things and just cost estimates, it would technically fall in that range, but we didn't have solid numbers.
We know there's no solid numbers.
Yeah.
Because if we say 10 million to Sumner, it could turn into 20 million.
Correct.
So, but if you want clear direction, for me, I need clarity on what you're asking for.
And we'll have the numbers.
Yeah,
at the
so,
next
I mean,
meeting.
establishing committee, boom, that's clear. Feasibility study as a first act, that's clear. But if you, just, one would think you would want some ballpark figures. Thank you.
So to kind of to wrap this up, it sounds like what you're needing is direction. Once you come back, we give you direction, then you're able to put dollars, like priorities. It sounds like then you're able to put actual dollars behind that, because then you know exactly what you're doing versus, okay. So,
No. The way I'm looking at it, no, you come with numbers first, then we give direction.
Right.
okay, so I'm reversing them. That's what I'm trying to do right now, Dr. Wynn, is get clarity. That's my whole purpose for recapping.
Flip it back.
That's why I like to recap. I always recap. So we're saying to come back with dollar amounts based upon what we've seen tonight. And then with that, then we will provide direction. Is that what we are aligned to? All right, thank you so much. So I think you're off the hook. Thank you so much for everything you did tonight.
Thanks.
And with that, let's take a 7-minute break, starting at 6:47. Thank you, Board.
How about a 3-minute break?
All right. I will entertain a motion to come back into regular session.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. The motion's out there. Do I need a motion to come back into regular session? So we withdraw the motion to come back into regular session and just pick back up. Okay, thank you. Okay, we took a break. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're good. All right, thank you so much. So no need for the motion. We withdraw that. And we just keep going here. So we're going to pick back up here with our board discussion. And with board discussion, we have our board committees. So I'm not really sure who's giving the updates here.
This was added, one, to give some updates on some upcoming board committee meetings and also to get some clarity around what some of the committees may be doing. So
Okay.
I know Dr. Nguyen has an update for Finance Committee, and then I think any other chairs can chime in.
Sure, I'd be happy. October 4th, 4:30, 5:30 is the first meeting of the Finance Committee scheduled. Hopefully, it will be on that date at least twice a month, thinking that there's a lot of things we don't know. And as the individuals just gave a presentation, brought a lot of questions into mind. But the agenda items will be, and I'm looking at Ms. Smith, we'll get them to you by the Thursday again. But that, unlike in the past, if any board member has an item they want on the agenda, we'll send it to Ms. Smith. It may not be on the next meeting, but we're going to deal with it. There's no, there's nothing that finance related, and if you're interested, we won't cover. So that's all I have to say right now. October 4th, 4:30, 5:30, and she'll send out the Zoom link.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nguyen. And the other committee, Ms. Russell? Okay.
Yeah, I am the chair of the renaming committee, and I just wanted to let everyone know that we will be also getting together here shortly, reconvening, and we have, I think, about 6 schools that we're going to discuss and bring back a recommendation to the board for potential next steps, whether that is continuing to research and review those items, or if we want to say table some as done in prior years, just based on the capacity of the group, as well as potentially looking at exploring what it looks like for the community to also be a part of this committee, and what that looks like as well. So stay tuned to the website to know the official date, but know that that is coming here in the next month.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Russell. And to my knowledge, those are the only 2 that are, okay.
But what about academic?
Who was our chair for that one?
I have sent information to Mr. Lopez to be able to come together and try to put together a date in which we will meet, and more information will be given later.
Thank you, Ms. Drew.
The other committee, I'm not sure who's the chair, but Boundary Committee, okay. So the September 20 count just happened, and so I think the Boundary Committee will be, once we get some information, they'll be re-engaging as well.
Okay, Ms. Humphries, anything to add there? Are you good?
No, we're just waiting to get that information so that we're not meeting just to meet.
Okay. All right, board, did we miss anything? All right, thank you so much for those updates. Next up, we have our policy review. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Goheen.
I'll try to not get it too messed up as we go through this. So there were a couple of updates that we added to the policies to want to make sure everybody's got the most recent versions. Part of that we did following a couple of board members that sent some communications out with some questions about certain policies. So we want to make sure we've got all the language in here that you want. Some of these are up for third read, some of these are up for first read. The ones that are up for third read, if you haven't had sufficient time to look at those, or if you feel like you need to have additional discussion on them before we adopt them, that's certainly within the purview of the board. So the first one we have is policy IF. And there should be, if you look at the red line version of this, it just changes the number of credit hours required to the 21. It says they have to be with a minimum enrollment of 7 semesters. I know there was apparently some discussion about having differentiated graduation diplomas or different notations on that. I don't show that passed the board when we made that adoption or change. But if that's something the board's wanting to continue to look at, that's something the board could continue to do. So what I showed, when I went back and looked, was just the one with these 2 changes in it, which were the 21 credit hours and the minimum of 7 semesters.
Dr. Stubblefield, my question to Greg, which he so kindly redirected me back to you, is how does this impact current students? Because once this policy is adopted, individuals that are seniors that currently have more than 21 hours would be eligible to apply for early graduation. What is that impact from making this type of transition? Is that information available? Have we thought about that part of changing this policy?
We did, so 2 things. The board can make the decision that it goes into effect the following year if you, if that, the board so chose, but if, you're correct, if they had the 21 credits with the requirements, because you need 4 semesters of ELA, and if somehow they've done that, I think, or I may be messing up. So it depends on, you can have more than enough, but not the right credits. So all of that would factor into that. But although you're adopting it today, you can say effective the 23-24 school year is another option as well.
That would be my recommendation to this board. I'm happy to make a motion that we insert the words, Greg, you tell me where, to be effective in the 23-24 school year. However, I understand, now I'm backtracking, because my understanding is we're also adopting this because there are individuals that may have been impacted by COVID and did not get all of their hours, and that thus is why we're reducing from 25 to 21. So
Dr.
does that
Irvin
put
is
a
shaking
barrier
her
to
head
those
no.
students, or no?
Yeah, I think one of the issues was that when COVID hit, the board adopted a temporary policy to reduce the number of required credit hours down from the 25 that this district had to 21, which is the state requirement. And then part of the issue here is that temporary policy went away this summer as we started the new school year. And so there was some concern, as I recall, and I'll let
And just to give more information, students are able to graduate currently now with 21 credits. We consider it the hardship application that students apply for at this time. They are able to graduate. This just creates this application from being a barrier for any student will have access to this type of diploma with 21 credits.
Ms. Humphries?
Why is there a minimum of 7 semesters?
because otherwise you could have juniors graduating.
And I had a junior that graduated.
That's why. I mean, that's why it's placed.
And for all students, it's English 4 is offered your senior year, English 4A in the fall, English 4B in the spring. Circumstances for some, because we do have some that may have had that, but for the majority of our students, there won't be that many because we offer English 4 the senior year, fall and spring.
And I also want to just layer that with, these are broad recommendations for the larger masses. There are individual exceptions and opportunities, whether it's due to a hardship and/or due to being accelerated, that the principals and counselors take into consideration, and there are always exceptions and processes to that.
In fact, the policy does say in the second paragraph, exceptions may be granted by the board to waive graduation requirements that are in excess of state for students on a case-by-case basis. So you do have that flexibility in the policy. Obviously, that would come forward as individualized recommendation.
I just wanted to make sure that we're not penalizing kids who have accelerated and saying that they have to have 7 semesters when maybe they've met their requirements.
I agree. So I guess I also thought I heard that the 7 was required by state law, but is that not? So I guess, are we trying to penalize and say you can't leave before you're a senior, or are we trying to make sure people get a diploma?
So I think it's twofold. Honestly, I don't know if it's required by state statute, but if you don't have some minimum requirements, it's really common in most districts. It impacts your funding because those kids would be exiting the system. We don't want to hold kids in school, but I'm just being transparent around a lot of districts. It does, that's why the exception is there for for kids who it is the appropriate thing to do.
So 7 semesters would be end of junior year?
No, the first semester, your senior year,
So you'd be graduating in December.
December.
So you can't graduate, to Janie's point, junior year, at the end of your junior year?
Not without a specific.
Not without a
Exception
specific
for that
exception made by Board of Education.
As this is currently drafted.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I have is, if we were to insert 23-24 school year, are there any students, or can you think of any circumstances where someone would need, I'm going to use the word grandfathered because I don't know a better word, the grandfathered process, so that we're not hindering? What I wouldn't want to say is, well, that was the way we used to do it, and I'm sorry, but you're at your senior year and now you don't qualify because of that. So does that make sense?
No, because we still have in effect the hardship application, and we have in effect the early graduation application. So students are able to apply for both of those if need be.
Okay.
And if you don't insert it, it just takes away the hardship application, and all the students that have 21 credits everybody would be able to graduate with 21 credits if that's what they have and they meet the other requirements. There are some specific requirements around 4 years of ELA and those kind of things. I will say personally, last year I don't know how many, I signed several.
We had about at least 80
Yeah, I was gonna say close to
applications
100.
for early
Hardship.
graduation and hardship last year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? So I guess Greg needs direction on how we're going forward with this policy.
Correct.
It sounds like what I've heard tonight, one recommendation was to add starting 2023 through 2024 school year. That was one recommendation. Anyone else have any other recommendations, or are they okay with that recommendation? I'm not seeing any no's. Well, okay. Okay. This, Greg, we're up for third reading, so I just want to make sure, it sounds
Yeah,
like
so, I mean, if somebody's making a motion to change it, can do that and approve it with that change. You could approve it as proposed as it's presented, or table it and take it up at a later point. I mean, those are the options, really.
I just need
Or leave it as is.
some direction from the board on what we're doing here. Are we? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the third read for the changes to policy IHF with no recommendations.
As printed.
As printed,
Second.
Okay.
send it to us.
Any other questions on this policy? All right, so with that, roll call, please, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the next one we've got, make sure I've got them in order here. believe is policy JGG, which is the transportation policy. So if you pull up the most current markup that's on the board docs, it should have both red and green writing on it. Make sure everybody's got the right version up in front of them. We have corrected the sentence, the very first sentence, to make it clear that transportation shall be provided by the district. That was one of the caveats the board had in its motion back on August 23rd. We also have added language at the end of the policy, make it clear that the parent or guardian who authorizes transportation by the student does so on a district-approved form, and that no student will be permitted to drive a personal automobile to a district-sponsored activity that is more than 30 miles from the student's school. No student may transport another student to any district-sponsored activity. Those were the items we had identified that board members had suggested be included in the final version of the policy. You should also see a proposed or draft form or permission form that was included the last update to the agenda. And that is a draft form, but it's something the board could take a look at.
Me.
I would make a motion to add the words, no student participating in a district-sponsored activity may transport another student to any district-sponsored activity. The way, my rationale is the way it currently reads is as though friends cannot take their friends to another activity. But I think the intent of that statement is that a student athlete that drives themselves may not drive another student athlete to that same district-sponsored activity, not saying that students can't take other students to district-sponsored events.
Would you want that to the 30-mile requirement as well?
Yes. Oh, so after that first sentence, no student participating on both of those sentences, is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes, that would be my friendly amendment.
So we do have a motion on the floor.
Well, could you give some more clarity, because I'm not very clear on what you're asking.
What she's saying is the way it's worded could suggest that we're prohibiting students who might want to travel to a football game to watch it, not participate in it. The way this is worded suggests that we might be prohibiting students from driving with a friend to a football game to watch it. That's what I think she's saying.
Okay, thank you.
And so the change that she's proposing is to make it clear this applies to the students who are actually participating in the event as opposed to traveling to watch it.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor.
So I have another question. Greg, if it stays as no student may transport, would that, if then students drive other students, does that protect us from liability?
Well, we should not have liability for students who are not actually under the supervision of the district in terms of going to an activity or event. And by that, what I mean is if they're there because they're on the athletic team and there's a coach, or the debate team and the debate sponsor's there, or whatever else it might be, the band, we have some responsibility because we are responsible to transport and get them to that event. Whereas if somebody is just attending the event as somebody watching the event, a spectator, we don't really have responsibility for them until they're at the event itself. We don't have any responsibility. We're not providing transportation to those individuals. So I don't think it would give us any additional liability. I think we'd be okay either way.
The real question is, do we even have to mention that?
Yeah.
And how did you word it again?
So it's currently worded, no student will be permitted to drive a personal automobile to a district-sponsored activity that is more than 30 miles from the student's school. suggested change is no participating student, or no student participating in a district-sponsored activity will be permitted to drive a personal automobile to a district-sponsored activity that's
Okay.
30 miles away. Then the same change would be made to the last sentence of the policy as well, under the proposed motion.
So does the proposed motion, in essence, not address students who are not participating?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So then you do or do not need the very last sentence?
You would still need the last, well, I think you'd still need the last sentence to make it clear that you can't drive a teammate to an event. You couldn't be on the basketball team and drive to, Johnny Mission West. I'm trying to keep it under the 30 miles and include in the car 3 of your teammates. You would have to only be yourself. You could only drive yourself to the event.
Okay, isn't that what your motion says?
Yeah, that's what she's trying to get in the motion.
I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear.
Right.
But if Greg feels like the clarity is here, even if we have these unclear, I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
No, I'm not asking that.
I
I'm just
also
saying.
just want to make sure that it's clear, and because this is not transportation for student athletes, this is transportation. And so that's where my clarity comes in. This talks about getting to school, talks about activities. This isn't just specific to athletes. I think that was just the example. But it's to say, if I say I'm going to an internship and so-and-so wants to go to an internship, I still can't take so-and-so with me to that internship, even though her parents said she could go on her own.
Okay, so
So I guess that's where I'm also trying to make sure that that's clear.
so your motion, the intent of your motion was to provide that clarity?
Yes.
My question is, then the last sentence would suggest that student cannot transport that student to that internship.
Right. The way it's written with that amendment would be that if I am driving to an internship and Ms. Russell's going to the same internship at the same employer, I cannot drive her if I'm a student.
Okay, I understand the intent and the clarity, but so therefore, you need to strike the last sentence. 'Cause that last sentence would then conflict with the intent of that motion, wouldn't it?
The last sentence says,
No student may transport another student to any district-sponsored activity.
right, so it would say no student participating in a school-provided or school-sponsored activity could transport another student to any school-sponsored activity or district-sponsored.
That's what her motion said.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, asking, with your motion, you could strike the last sentence because the last sentence conflicts with the motion.
I think her motion was to modify that sentence so that sentence, then the last sentence wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
Right, yeah, we're,
Took us 15 minutes to get there.
yeah, it's one of the, you're right, you're correct, Dr. Nguyen.
Well, can I ask a question even with that amendment around households? So we have 2 siblings.
That's,
I think we need to take that under consideration. Speaking as a mom with 2 kids that may be going to the same event, I don't see why I would let my son drive and my daughter, I would have to take her to the same place. So do we need to take into consideration what it looks like for households?
that is up to the board.
And the way that policy is written right now, that's what we would be doing.
Right now, the way the policy is written or proposed, even with the amendment, is your son could not drive your daughter to the event, or vice versa.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, that would be, I think, personally, I think that, I don't know how that would be written, Greg, or that would be my recommendation to also take, or to the board to even take that into consideration. What does it look like for households? Or the parent of twin kids that play the same sport. I mean,
Do you pick households, or do you say?
guardians. Well,
It's complicated.
it does get complicated, and maybe it's guardians because people are,
Households are
exactly.
not necessarily siblings, but they have the same guardians.
Let me throw this in.
It gets
Who's monitoring this anyway?
Well, it's our
So-
policy, so as soon as one of our staff members don't follow the policy, then we'll have to, there's a whole nother conversation.
No, as soon as you have an accident, that's when you're gonna
Well,
have.
you can put it however, but at the end of the day, as soon as something happens.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we may not be ready to approve third read. I don't know, I'm reading the room here, or trying to.
So even if we're not ready, he still needs some direction. because
Yeah,
part
right
of
now
this
you
is
got a
coming
motion.
Yeah, we do have a motion on the floor, you're
You
absolutely
got a
right.
motion, then I need direction on what you guys want to do in terms of the change, or changes to it, or just bring it back and we kind of need to know what the board wants to do.
Well, we're not going to please everybody, and the key was to make sure that we cover ourselves in terms of liability. And I hate to hear that it's two people in the same household, but we're trying to keep them safe, and we're trying to cover ourselves. And I know that doesn't sound good, but just trying to make sure we don't have those situations.
So I would withdraw my motion,
Okay?
and then I would make a motion to strike the last sentence, and that would be, or not the last sentence, the second to last, says,
Yeah, the one that says that
no student may transport another student to any district-sponsored activity.
Well, question, what if something happens?
Need a second.
There's no second yet, but
Yeah,
Second.
I can second, thank you, Ms. Dr. Nguyen. So, questions, comments, Ms. Page, you had a question?
Yeah, what if something happens? Let's say we don't want anything to happen. We have this, and your kids in a car together, there's an accident. So do we have any liability for that?
yes.
But I would say we have that same amount of liability whether or not it's a staff member driving a car and they get
Well,
into that.
staff member, that's a little different than the kids driving. I'm sorry.
But is it all the time?
Well, but
that's
they're-
just me saying, I don't think that we can make a assumption that a staff member driving, it may be not any of their faults that they got into an accident, but they got into an accident, whether it was a staff member or a student driving, someone else may have hit them. I think there's a lot of what ifs in this scenario, but we cannot continue to be in this world of, well, what if this happens? Because we limit our kids in the exposure and the opportunities that they get by all of the what ifs. And that is why I am just suggesting at this point, we can come back and edit the language later. But I think the first hump that I was trying to get over with this is making sure that our students aren't limited in their exposures and opportunities. If we want to go and figure out the wording to put it back in there to where households or siblings can drive each other, I think that's something I'd be willing to go to. But at this moment, I don't want to just limit it by saying you can't drive your sibling to the same place, to Ms. Clark's point.
I hear what you're saying, but in the past, we had a major lawsuit, and I'm just trying to protect us. I hear what you're saying, and I just feel better with the adult than the student. That's just my opinion, and I respect yours.
I respect yours as well.
Okay.
Well, since we respect everybody, Greg, answer the question. Is there a difference if staff drives and student?
You are, if a staff member drives another student to an event, they're going to be covered by the school district's fleet insurance policy. They would also be covered by CASH's catastrophic injury policy. If a student drives another student to an event, they would likely not be covered by those insurance policies. That doesn't affect liability necessarily, although you do have issues about whether or not a minor driving another student around is more risky. I mean, just from the sense of like what a jury might look at it. But the major issue that you lose is that insurance coverage.
Okay, but the point is, the school would cover, or those two entities would cover the liability that the staff
They would.
accident, but that then the family would have to deal with the other unless they sued the school district.
Correct.
So it answers the question.
Yeah, and I guess the other piece of this is based on the other piece that we added to this policy. Parents are giving their permission, so they are recognizing the risk and the liability by signing off on that written form that says, I'm allowing my student to drive to school, sponsored activities, events, whatever the word may be.
I will throw something out here that if you're going that route, you probably do want to further amend the policy to require the student who's going to ride with the other student to give permission. So that right now it just flex, you got two issues going on. One is, all the modifications doing right now is allowing a parent to give permission to their son or daughter to drive to a school event. So if you're going to further modify it, and I know that's your intent by removing that sentence, to allow students to transport another student to an event, then you probably also need to require that the parent who is the parent of the driving student give them authorization to have a passenger in their car. And additionally, the parent of the student who is the passenger to give permission for their son or daughter to ride in a car being driven by another student. And again, this goes to a little bit of the liability issue of, okay, it's one thing if we've let the parent say, okay, my son or daughter can drive to this event, they get in an accident, okay. But if we've allowed 3 other students to pile into that vehicle and they get hurt and those other parents have not given permission to their son or daughter to ride with that other kid, then that can be problematic from the district's perspective. So just bring that up. If that's the direction you want to go, I think I'm going to have to revise the policy a little bit and the permission slip.
So from a policy perspective, if it's cleaner to have one guardian of several students or 2 students drive them separately, I can live with that if that's the policy that would make sense for the district. So I know there's been a lot of conversations. I could live with that policy because when I hear the liability, the complications behind that and the additional liability, it does say, okay, do we just stick to one? You drive yourself. And we've definitely made movement in this policy from historically how it was handled. So that's my voice.
I will withdraw my motion.
That's my voice.
I was trying to be a team player here. I will withdraw my motion if my second will withdraw.
That's Dr. Nguyen.
Well, just a question, why are you withdrawing your motion? It was just for the last sentence, to remove the last sentence.
Well, because now we're having a conversation about the liability that then is present.
Correct, but do you not still want to remove that last sentence? That, in my opinion.
Because without that last sentence, it then allows students to drive other students, which is the bigger question around liability.
Sure, I'll agree.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be difficult. I think you guys just need to decide, do you want to allow students to be able to transport other students to events, or do you want them to just be able to transport themselves? If you want them to be allowed to transport other students, I think there's going to be some more revisions to the policy that are required to do that. I'm fine with making those changes. You just need to tell us what you want to do as a board. Do you want to, you guys haven't even decided formally this is what you want to do as a policy. Do you want to allow students to drive themselves? It seems like that's what you're leaning toward. Do you want to allow them to drive other students when they're going to these events or not? And you need to make those decision points, and then it's pretty easy from there.
Okay, Mr.
I think since this is the first time that we're making the modifications, that we ought to leave it as is, and then next year to look at the possibility of adding more to it.
So is that a motion, Ms. Drew?
No, that's my suggestion.
Your suggestion. Okay, so we don't have a motion yet.
Greg,
Yes.
Okay, the sentence we're talking about, no student may, at the bottom.
Although that's been withdrawn.
If we put participating between each, before student, does that take care of the problem?
That one, no. And I understood we were leaving that in. No, I guess we didn't end up doing that. I think we were going to.
All my motion, so it's as it reads, in the red and green.
So Humphreys, if you put the word participating in there, your problem still is that if they're going to include another student in the car with them, if that's what the board wants to allow.
I think Janie is just saying, remove other kids. This is about the individual and saying, no, participating student may transport another participating student. It doesn't prohibit spectators from driving each other. That's where, she's going back to the original.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's specific. That doesn't affect whether Johnny and Lois want to go to the football game together, as long as they're not a participating student.
Yes.
So is that direction to add?
Or Ms. Humphreys is back to adding the word participating to, I assume, the last two sentences?
Yeah.
The last two sentences in green.
Yeah. No participating student may transport another participating student to any district-sponsored activity.
Right.
Okay, so,
It will be in the both, to be consistent, it will be in,
It would be
yeah.
That's my motion.
Second.
all right, so I don't know that I am clear on, like, would that be considered now third read, or would you be bringing that back to us with that word added, so that?
It is, you could vote on it as a third read tonight with that change to it, or if you want to bring it back for one final read to make sure it reads as the board wants, and approve it you could still approve it, but say you want it to come back you need to approve the motion to have that language added, but then the board could do final approval at the next meeting.
Okay, so with that, we can definitely do roll call if no one else has questions.
got a
The board
question.
just, okay.
So what is the intent of your motion?
When it says no student may transport another
I know the
student,
sentence, the way you, your motion.
that looks like it's saying that Johnny and Alice can't go to the football game because they're students. But if you put participating in there, that means that a participating student can, with parent permission, transport themselves, but they cannot transport another participating student.
Okay. That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah.
And you seconded it, right? And you seconded it.
And I seconded it, let's just.
Wow.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing maybe is that this one, just due to the amount of conversation that has happened, I don't think we need to do a final, we can definitely vote to have it brought back before we adopt, with that language, before we adopt
If it passes.
that policy, if it passes. Is that what I'm hearing? Are we okay with that? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. The agreement is that if it passes, it will come back before the board before it becomes our final policy. All right, so Ms. Smith, do you have what you need? We've gone around. Okay, so roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll look forward to seeing that one again. Thank you.
So the next policy we have, make sure I got the right one here. This is the policy IF, which deals with the review of textbooks, instructional materials, and media centers. So again, there's a version on here that we had a couple things that were left off, so we wanted to make sure we got it right. So in the version, if you pull up, that has the green on it, in addition to the red, what we have added here in the first heading part is we've made reference to policies that would apply to the public libraries, which are separate from the policy. This policy would strictly apply to school curriculum and the school media centers or the school libraries as opposed to the public libraries. Those would have a separate policy track that they would go down, and we've identified those here. To make that clear in the policy, a couple places where it says district media centers, we've said school media centers and identified it that way so that, again, it's clear that this is applying to materials that are kept in the school libraries as opposed to the public library. We've added it at Sleever's suggestion, a couple of additional changes as well that include a certified school library media specialist for consideration of evaluation of materials in the library. We have made sure we have included the language for inclusive. We've also included language reflecting the broad interests of the diverse student population at her suggestion as well. The other change, if you look down at the review committee that we made, is to include the executive director of libraries as one of the individuals that would normally be on the committee, again, to address the library component of this separate from the curriculum component, building principals or other district administrators, and any other individuals deemed appropriate. The idea there was that if, depending on the circumstance of the situation, that you could include individuals such as a student or a community member on a committee, but it would not be required for that committee, which seemed like a good approach depending on the various situations you might be faced. So those are the changes that were made in green from the last read on this thing. One of which, for example, the inclusive language, that was actually should have been included in the last draft, and it was not. So this is the current proposal for this policy.
Make a motion that we accept for third read policy IF.
Second.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes.
All right, so the next two things we have up here are for first read, and the first one is a employee handbook that is proposed to be adopted or approved by the board. This is intended to be a handbook that draws from the policies that the district has in place and the contracts the district has in place dealing with employment issues to provide guidance. This is for first read. This is the first effort to put that together for the board to consider and look at. And there may be issues that we may want to change or modify as we go through the reading selection, but this is a proposed first read that we've reviewed and that HR has put together to try to compile those in a place where administrators and employees can use as a resource to be able to find things fairly quickly. Obviously, if there's a disagreement between what board policy is or the contract says, if it's a negotiated agreement, the contract or the board policy would control over this. And that could happen because you might have the handbook adopted and during the course of the year you might amend a policy, for example. So.
Make a motion we accept for the first read of changes to employee handbook.
Second. All right, any comments, questions regarding the handbook? All right, as a reminder, this is first read, so if there are no comments or questions, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Greg?
All right, last policy that we have up for first read is a policy dealing with Narcan, and this policy has been proposed and put in place following recommendations or guidance we've gotten from the health department in terms of how to safely account for having Narcan available in our buildings for use in emergency situations. It is up for first read, and it's a policy that's been developed, as I indicated, primarily in conjunction with the health department. So, I'm happy to answer questions about it, and it's designed to address that very specific issue.
Thank you.
Move to approve first read of the Narcan policy.
Thank you.
I second it.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Looks like, Ms. Russell?
So I just have one question. If it is the direct, I understand you say this is in collaboration. I guess this is a life-saving measure. And my concern comes a little bit from, it says, sorry, I'm struggling, that the only person that can administer this will be like the school nurse, or like it's very specific.
Correct.
And while I'm no school nurse, I do know how to administer it. So I guess I'm taken back by like someone maybe having an overdose, but someone else cannot administer a nasal spray. And I'm using like layman terms. That's not exactly what it is. But I'm just concerned about if we don't have a nurse in the building, or if admin is out at a building, why so specific, I guess?
The problem or the difficulty or the concern is that with any medication, one, having it be administered by, if the school district is going to maintain the medication and the school district is going to be the one administering it, that we need to make sure that somebody is administering it who is licensed or has the training or qualifications to do it, which is not to suggest that you or some other individual might not know how to do it, but it's no different than other types of medications that the district maintains, that we have the staff members who are qualified be the ones who are authorized to administer that medication. So that's the why.
So could I get I can't seem to find it right this second. Could we clarify who actually can administer it? I know I saw it, I just can't find it now.
I'm getting some help here on the explanation.
Good afternoon, Vice President Clark, board members, and Dr. Stubblefield. Under the training, it says that before administering any school staff, they must go through training by the local health department or a trained RN. So we have tiers and phases where we are going to take first those volunteers that want to learn how to administer it, but the training must be done by the health department or a trained RN.
So it's I think it might have been the other version. Maybe it was edited. So anyone, it won't just be specific to a nurse, or?
It cannot be just specific to a nurse with.
I think I might have saw that in an earlier version and I didn't look at this, which may be why I can't find it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we need a motion. I'm trying to remember where we stopped. We need a motion to accept this for first. Okay, so any other questions? More questions? All right. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goheen. I think that's it for you.
It is.
All right, appreciate you. We will move into executive session. So our first executive session, I need clarity on, it will be for 10 minutes. And so we will recess to executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to security measures, which, if discussed in open session, would jeopardize such security measures. So
move.
For 10 minutes. Thank you. Can I get a second and then?
Beginning
Second, thank you.
Beginning at what time?
Beginning at 7:50.
Okay,
Did you have something to add?
I'll do it at the end.
Okay, who will be involved in this one?
Tammy Devon, Steve Lilly, Chief Nicholson, myself, and Dr. Campbell.
Okay, all right, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And staff who are not involved, you are free to leave.
No, stay.
Don't leave us alone.
I'd entertain a motion to return back to regular session.
So move.
Second.
Any questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas City Open Meetings Act for 5 minutes, starting at 8:04.
So move.
Second,
Yolanda Clark,
Just so that will include Ms. Devon and Mr. Lilly. So, thank you. Roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion to return back to regular session.
So move.
Second.
Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Bradley Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 5 minutes, starting at 8:14.
So move.
Second.
All right, Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
I don't know why I didn't say 8:13. All right. Entertain a motion to return back to regular session.
So move.
Second.
All right. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas City Open Meetings Act, starting at 8:21 for 15 minutes. This would include Mr. Goheen.
So moved.
Second.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
I was like, wow.
We're good. All right, I entertain a motion to return back to regular session.
So move.
Second. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion to return back to executive session for an additional 15 minutes, starting at 8:39.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Now, are we expected to come back and come with some solution? Because I don't think 15 minutes is going to handle. And I know everybody, I'm ready to go home too.
Okay?
But I'm just saying, I don't think 15 minutes is going to deal with what we need to deal with. So is there going to be more time to talk about this?
So we can do we can add an additional 20, 25 minutes?
No, I'm still asking. Here's my original question.
Well, I can't speak for one party in the room. I can only speak for mine, and my answer
No,
is
I'm just saying, are we expected to come back with a decision about something tonight? Yes or no? And if no, that doesn't mean we have to, I won't complain about the 15 minutes.
Okay.
As long as I'm understanding, there's not a decision expected tonight.
Okay. Okay. So, 9 o'clock, that's 25. Okay. So, Ms. Page, thank you for mentioning that. Just because there's a lot of unclarity, let's just take we'll do an additional 20 minutes. I think to answer your question, it's no, but just to make sure we get everything on the table tonight. So, we'll return back to executive session, starting at 8:40 for an addition.
Again, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. There is no way we're going to have everything cleared up in 15 or 20 minutes. So just keep the 15. I just want to be sure that we're not expected to walk back in here and make a decision tonight, because we don't have enough time to do that. And this is a critical issue that requires more time, and we keep rushing through it.
Okay, so I'll say it will start at 8:41 with no action to follow, and we will make sure that is the direction that is provided in that room. There is no action to follow tonight. Starting at 8:41, that's an additional 20 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Hold on just a second. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
have the thumbs up. I entertain a motion to return us back to regular session.
So move.
Second.
Any questions, comments before we close out? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes?
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
All right, board, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, staff, for your time, Dr. Stubblefield. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, which one was it? 12 hours. Hold on.